Hello. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Alright, well, at least I know where the audio's coming from. It's sounding good. Okay. I'm assuming both of my streams are up, so that's good too. Hello everyone, welcome to the Variable Productivity live stream. My name is Rodalus2. I am your host and co-director of this in here video game project. Today I'm going to be working on some new models for the game. One of our NPCs and enemy battle birds coming down the pike. Today I'm going to be working on Shout. That's right. Of the infamous duo of Scream and Shout. And we'll be getting on, I guess, Let It All Out at some point. Maybe not. Okay. Anyway. I'm going to close some windows here. I don't need these to be open at all, as far as I know. In fact, I'll close this one too. Well, I don't want to close that one, to be honest. I don't need them open. I should be able to read what people say, hopefully, right here in Restream. Hello. I'm streaming on 2 different channels. But it should work anyway. Let me know if it doesn't, I guess, is the thing. Turn that down a little bit. Is that a voice? No, I'm still on. Gonna get started in just a moment here. Gotta yell at some of my teammates about something. Oh, jeez, that's really sad and gross. Alright. Okay. Well, alright. I didn't know who that was. Alright, let's go ahead and get started. I've done enough talking to myself to last a good long time. Yeah, I'll leave this open, do I? I don't think so. Let's close that. The stream is still going, regardless. Based on what I imagine. I can't see how the stream is going, though. That's the only problem. So probably shouldn't have closed those. Oh, boy. Let's reopen. Recently closed. Because I don't know if anyone's watching these or is capable of typing something to me when I see it. I guess I'll do it. I'll give it a little test. And then we're going to go to the other one. Okay, I can see that. Alright, that's good. That's good to know, because I was a little worried. I was trying to go to Armada. So it's also open. Alright, cool. So I can see whatever people write. Excellent. That's all I wanted to know. So I don't need to have them both open at all. And then when I close, I can end it here. From, well, I guess where I normally do. End things. Alright, no one wants to hear that. I realize that. Alright, let's get to work. First I gotta open Blender. Alright, builds. I'll move that over here. Okay, so I'm just getting some things set up again, yet again. I'm just gonna close every window that I have open that I don't need. Alright, let's see here. Back to work. I don't even know what that's supposed to be. Way. All right. It's taking longer than expected, but it'll be all right. Just a second. You just wait and see. You are in the right place. Do not despair. Just need to remember what I was doing, and then we'll be all good, you know. Ugh. Casting characters, right, and then go to enemies, NPCs, the battle birds. We go up into Scream real quick. Actually, just to have a place to start with. let's go ahead and get started. Yeah, whenever that happens. I think I'm much better to look at it. Yeah, whatever. Alright, we're looking good. As long as I can control stuff over here, I'm okay with it. Just need to be able to see stuff. Alright. So I can see what I'm sharing. Great. So this is Scream. One of our new characters for this game. I'm going to be basing some things for Shout off of her. Not exactly everything, but there'll be a lot of overlap. Okay. I just wanted to have some place to start. Got a blender folder. You know what, never mind. This is not the best way to do this at all. Mistakes were made. Close that. I need to start fresh, actually, so we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to... don't save anything. Alright, here we are. Beautiful. And we're going to bring in our reference image from... straight down, down, down. Wait. Oh, no, I was in the right place the entire time. I'm a fool. Okay. Hang on. Just a second. Man, oh man. If you could see what I was doing, you would be disgusted. Miles per hour. Tails player character. Tails. No. NPCs. Battle Birds. Shout. Reference. Here we freaking go. Let's go ahead and get started, yeah? Line these up here. Rotate along the Z-axis by 90 degrees. Yeah. About right there, I guess. This is not 100% necessary. I just kind of get a little pedantic about this. Not pedantic, that's not the word. Anal retentive? Probably, yeah. So this is going to be interesting, figuring out how those are going to work, because they don't appear on the side of his head. They are on the back of his head. Ugh. This is going to be complicated. Alright. Okay, let's get started. I'm going to introduce a sphere here, UV sphere, as typical. I've taken to not necessarily editing these too much like I used to. I need to flip this stuff to the bottom. Just used to them being down there at the bottom. Alright. Here we go. We'll move this back later. Just gonna move this up now. We all ready for an adventure? This is gonna be difficult. I can already see that. Okay. Let's get some sunlight in here. It's not a sunny day. It's actually quite overcast, but an open window would probably help me a little bit. Okay, yeah. One more window. Work? Okay. Good to know. Let's get started, yeah? Just need them to exist. Alright. Yes. First things we always do is we cut this in half. Makes it easier for me to just deal with it in general. Did that go all the way around? Did some sort of new thing? No, it did not. Just amazingly. Turn on my friggin' keys so I can see stuff. Looks good. All right. And so we will apply our first, or add our first modifier, which will be the mirror. Beautiful. Grandiose. Alright, cool. it back to invisible. Alright. Try some new techniques today that may help with the whole thing. There's an option. There we go. Can't do that until you're in here. Really can't see through that now? Interesting how that's a thing. Don't know why that's like that, but whatever. That's not exactly right. Hey, how's it going, PJ Squared? Welcome to the Variable Productivity live stream. Sorry for not responding to you until 2 minutes after you commented. But hi, how's it going? Just wanted to test the stream here. I'm running 2 different streams. So I have no idea which stream you're watching, but they're both the same, so it's alright. I guess. Go back. Yeah. That's interesting. This is where you run into issues here with the change in perspective. It's not 100%, so you gotta rationalize them a bit. I'm on Roadless too, I think. That's perfectly cool. Thanks for supporting the channel. I'm running this on the Project Armada as well to get some more content on that channel. And since I'm not doing commissions right now, I have some, but I'm going to be focusing on this right now. I'm going to be doing my commissions kind of privately and then doing this publicly to kind of get us back on track when it comes to character models and basically all of that. So, a lot of exciting things that will be happening soon over here. Not the least of which will be completing certain character models that we have planned to do forever now. That doesn't even inform the shape. Look at that. That's hardly useful. Let's go back to front view and just sort of base it on that almost entirely. Let's do that, shall we? Go back. Great news. Yeah. So what is this model? This model is Shout, the cardinal of the dynamic duo Scream and Shout. Let me bring in that image actually real quick so you know who I'm talking about. Do another reference image here. Some early work that was done by Rocket Pal on these characters. A couple of troublemakers who work for the Battlebird Armada that you'll be dealing with. I'm making the Cardinal Scream the Blue Jay, Shout the Cardinal. Shout is today. Oh yeah, yes. They've been around forever, but I haven't had a chance to make his model yet. Because he wanted to focus on rigs and stuff, and we kind of figured out a rig, so because, you know, lead animator is happy with that, I feel I have the latitude to get back into modeling character models again. So he's slightly different only in his head and body shape and, well, shoes. He's different. GT Retro, just a quick question. What made you have the idea of making fan games sequel to Tales of Adventure Armada? That is a common question. We should create an FAQ. So essentially this project was born out of the ideas of another director. Fox Cordova used to be around here a lot working on this. He didn't like the way the character Tales had been portrayed in games recently, and how, you know, a lot of the characters weren't terribly useful. And he wanted to kind of like have a game that would showcase the abilities and stuff that makes Tales a cool character. Unfortunately, he left with the project and asked us not to use any of his ideas. So when we were sitting around brainstorming with the models and assets that we had, we're like, well, what do we want to do? Well, we were thinking we wanted to kind of move in that same direction because everyone pretty much signed on to work on a game regarding Tales and showing off, you know, stuff, you know, that was Tales related. And we decided, you know, why not continue in the vein of games that are about Tales? So Tales Adventure was a first outing for Tales, being like, you know, on a solo adventure. Depending on which canon you base it off of, it is his first adventure before he even meets Sonic, or it's him taking a vacation or whatever. But the idea is the same, that this is a Tales-centric game. And these are Tales-centric villains, the Battlebird Armada. So he thought, why reinvent the wheel? Why not take those concepts and adapt them into a 3D platformer game, a game about Tails, a game that you can play as Tails, experience, you know, some new ideas, and that's largely what the project has become. It's like a why not? It's a question. It's the question of why don't they make games about characters other than Sonic? You know, people like Sonic, and there's nothing wrong with him, but, you know, there's also a massive universe of other ideas out there that aren't being explored, and it's perfectly fertile ground, we believe, and we think it would be a fun game to make. So that's like one of the reasons that we're working on this. On top of the fact that we're all trying to build up our personal portfolios, because we like to work in the video game industry. And one of the ways of you do that is either you make your own game, or you burn yourself out for 4 years getting an education in it. Not that we're disparaging going to school for this specifically. It's just, I'm not going to be able to do that this lifetime, so I might as well try to get in where I can, right? So build up the experience, get good at something, learn a trade. Modeling is my area. We have other people on this project who are concept artists. As you can see, this concept art here was drawn by one of our teammates, Rocket Pal, and you know, he's an excellent artist. He's also in school for this kind of stuff, but you know, sort of like a jumping off point, a springboard for things to come. All right, I've already messed up. I had some ideas and then I kind of threw them to the wayside. Go back. Control Z. Fix my mistakes, please. No, okay. Looks like that's not gonna happen. Alright then, we'll just move on forward then. Let's see here. Idris Gurashi. How far are you into the game? Well, when it comes to into the game, not very far. We have actually sort of scaled back our efforts to doing more pre-production stuff recently. We are trying to make sure that we have everything in place so that when we start actually building game assets and building levels and stuff, we already know which way we're going. So we're working on the story, finishing that up right now. We're also working on the art style, what we want the game to look like ultimately in the engine. We're building all of the assets ourselves, so we're not basing it on anything that already exists. We're not taking a Sonic model from Generations or Forces and putting it into the thing. We're not taking level assets from anywhere else. We're making everything. So we're trying to make sure that everything looks the best it can. Rigging the characters works and the animations look good, and everything is kind of being built from scratch except for the engine, which was based on the bumper engine. We've modified it and we're calling it the power engine, but other than that, you know. So there's a lot of work ahead of us, but we're getting into a position where, like, we have a game design document where we are sort of writing out all the most important parts of what the mechanics are going to be, and the kind of collectible items and sort of things like the systems that are going to be in the game. All that kind of stuff is being worked out so that we can just pretty much go for it this next upcoming year in 2021. Like the development, excuse me. Yeah, so basically, like I was saying, we are in the pre-production stage. When we get to production, it'll be a whole other set of challenges that we expect to run into, but fairly certain we can do it. Okay. Oh, I know we can do it. That's not the problem. It's just, will people have time? That's the only issue. Life is busy, and a lot of stuff's been happening this year that's kind of kept us from moving forward, but, you know, not here to make excuses, you know. It's just kind of what it is. Right now, I'm kind of quibbling on how I'm gonna cut these eyes. Yeah, they're too far apart if I do it like that. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Alright. So yeah, that's where we are right now. Did that answer your question? Or do you have more? Feel free to ask them in the chat. That way I can have something to talk about, because unlike some of my other teammates, I will get real quiet because I'm focusing. But I love answering your guys' question. I love having conversations with you about this. This is my kind of the big project that I've taken on personally. I have other things that going on, but this is like the biggest project that I've actually worked on. and I'm happy about how it's going. You know, I feel like we're really making strides to no, that's the right place. Okay, move this stuff up so I can make an eyebrow ridge later. Something in the general shape of the eye. Okay. We'll get that shape first. Alright, let's see here. Alright. Feels a little bit better. Alright. So right now, cutting the eye holes here. It's a massive space that I'm gonna have to fill up later, but it's not that bad. Not as bad as it could be. Not so bad. Really love the page, just in case someone has been asking questions and I didn't see them. Oh, now all the questions are gone. Perfect. Okay, great. Well, hopefully no one said anything because I can't see it now. So a little bit different when it comes to characters like these, like the way they are approached is a bit different, given the fact that these guys don't have mouths, they have beaks. I am going to try some new techniques. Usually I would just cut out the bottom, but I'm going to just sort of leave it there and make the beak separate, like I usually do, but it's going to be a little bit different than usual. Scale that in. Oops. Turn that off. What was your first Sonic game, and what caused you to like the franchise? Well, my first Sonic game was probably Sonic the Hedgehog 2. but or Sonic, yeah, the one with Tails, the Sonic, yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I remember playing Chemical Plant Zone back at a friend's house, and I absolutely despised it because I didn't understand why I was drowning in the water, and how come my character would roll down the hill when he ran up the hill. Like, what's going on here? I don't understand. I don't like it. I was a Nintendo child. I didn't get it. That was probably my first Sonic the Hedgehog experience. It wasn't the best, but, you know, whatever. I think that might be the first time I remember playing a Sonic game. After that, I think I played Heroes years later. Because I was a very young child at the time. Then the thing that got me into the series was actually the Archie Sonic comics. I did not play the games. I did not care about what was going on in them. And then I started reading these comics. I saw them on Snafu Comics one day. It was the web comics page. I don't know if you ever heard of Powerpuff Girls Z, Jiaojin Chi. But that's kind of what I would read there. I'd read that because it was like a bunch of crossover of Cartoon Network shows. And I saw an ad on Snafu Comics for Sonic the Hedgehog issue 200, I think. And I was like, why is this 200 issues long? I've never heard of that before. That seems interesting. So what I did is I went to this web page called tailskicksass.net. Still exists. And I downloaded and read through the entirety of the back catalog of Sonic the Hedgehog comics up to that point. And I became fully invested in that universe. And I was like, this is stupid cool. I love this. And then I started playing the games more often. I got into every game. Just about every game. And I just, you know, I enjoyed those types of things. So, yeah, I think that's kind of what got me into Sonic the Hedgehog. Came in through the back way, but I did appreciate the shows. I watched Sonic X, I think, around the same time. So it was just like, 2009 was like I was about to graduate, or had graduated from high school, and then I just, over that summer, I just got into Sonic the Hedgehog. So that's kind of how, that was my entry into the whole thing. What, pray tell, was yours, GT Retro? To hide this a lot better. Wait a minute. Yeah, this has got to go. Like, this whole part of his head needs to go away. This needs to go down further, doesn't it? Yeah. It's like this. I'm not gonna start making his beak yet, but I do need to get that ready, like that part of his face ready for when it's gonna be there. Alright. Okay, not bad. Well, I was a young kid back then, and I guess you're not gonna believe it, but my first Sonic game experience was Shadow the Hedgehog. Oh no, I believe it. A lot of people get in like at a later date. Like I said, like I was born in 1991, Like, I was born in the same year, same month that Sonic the Hedgehog first debuted. I didn't start playing those games until like 4 or 5 years later. And then people getting in at Shadow the Hedgehog makes perfect sense. You know? There's always, like, every game is somebody's first game. That's just how it is, when it comes to this particular franchise, especially if they stick with it. And I'll be honest, I have not played Shadow the Hedgehog. I've seen cutscenes, I've seen gameplay, but I've never actually finished it. I've never played it myself. I don't know if I want to, but it seems like it might be an interesting time. But I didn't know who Sonic was, and I actually liked the game back then. What really got me into more about Sonic was Sonic and Knuckles and Sonic Spinball. Okay, neat. Sonic and Knuckles is a pretty good game. Like, I didn't play that until much later. Like I was saying, like I emulated that on my phone in 2009. Like I had never heard of it, so yeah. These need to be brought back. Hey, how's it going, CGM? How you doing? That's fine. There wasn't a stream last time. Took the day off that time, and I put out Twitter and let people know. Oh, glad you're able to pop in. How you doing? Doing fine, that's cool. Although there was not a stream last week, or last time, this Monday, I don't believe there was. No, I had some chores I needed to take care of, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. There was also there was a guy who had to come over to my house and do some like construction work or whatever on like repair work on the shower, and it was just not going to work out. So I didn't do a stream. I put out a tweet, let people know that I wasn't going to be streaming, and I largely stream whenever I get a chance to, and I try to make it the Mondays and Fridays, but it's not always going to be like that. Working on redrawing that Sonic OC I sent you. Okay, cool. I saw it, and then I saw it the other place. Very nice. Hey, how's it going? Chris Elder, Rocket Pal, what's good? 9U9, I don't know what that means, but then maybe that's leak speak, and once again, I don't know what that is. I'll be honest with you, not very much of a gamer. It's not a choice, it's just, who I am. Working on your other bird here. One of your many. It's a cheeky smile. Okay. Alright, well thank you very much for letting me know that, because I certainly wouldn't have intuited it on my own. Ladies and gentlemen, the cheeky smile. I think that's the point. Oh my goodness. It looks so much better, and then I turn it on and I'm like, oh, what? Hold tight. I see ya, hold tight. Dripping light, these people. This EDM stuff, let me tell you about it. Cheeky smile. PJ Squared says yes. I'm dual streaming, multi-streaming actually. I'm sending it to my personal account and to Project Armada, and I really don't know who's watching where, and it's great. I'm using the Restream.io's thing to let me know who's talking, so that's super useful. Rocket, did you make another character design, maybe? Oh, wait. Oh. Okay, I see. You were responding to that. Or somebody was. Oh, wow. I misread that entirely. Rocket, did you make another character design? Maybe. Cheeky smile. Alright, I get it. I'm watching it on your channel. That's cool. Thank you very much, CGM, for letting me know. Once again, it doesn't really matter. It's the same stream both places. Just trying to get some more activity on our main channel there. So I'm gonna keep not messing it up, but just like it's kind of hard to kind of come to a conclusion because there's no way to really do this, but like, you know, to try to make it line up 100% perfectly. Make that go up a little bit higher though. Ooh. Ooh. Let's hit you with a subdivision surface. Smooth that out a bit. Ooh, no. What? That did not make it better. I haven't had a model looking that bad in a long time. It's really boxy. That's not what I want. No, maybe it's because I had too many subdivisions, like, probably gonna flatten this out a lot. No, I did not turn on smooth shading, but I'm not trying to turn on smooth shading right now. That's not the goal. We're just trying to make sure this thing's not too harsh looking. And I'm working on that. Oh, I know what. Okay, I think I have an idea why this is happening. Hide that real quick. It's definitely make that less severe. Maybe it's too many vertices, but no, I did not. I have not turned it on. I'm aware of what I did and didn't do. But Thank you for bringing that up. Alt H. You know, it's not rounded, but I can round it. And these cheeks aren't really going to be coming out that much either. They're only going to be connecting to the beak area, so we're going to start working on that to line it up. So I might end up deleting this entirely, like, because this part of the head is not necessary. Like, it'll be important for, like, you know, making expressions and that kind of stuff, like smiles, but under normal circumstances, I would just delete this. I was trying something new this time. What OST is this? This is not an OST. This is just an assortment of music from from YouTube that is copyright free. I've actually forgotten what it's called. Let me take a look at it real quick. No copyright gaming. Excuse me. Whew. I'll just copy it here so you can find it. The beak is always a separate mesh, Rocket Pal. I'm definitely going to be making the beak a separate mesh. That's what I did for Scream. That's what I'm going to do for Shout. What I'm trying to do right now is Scream had an open chasm where her mouth was, like, you know, where on her head where the mouth was gonna go. So like I made the beak separate, but then I like her face. It was just like it was kind of like this, where I just sort of deleted these faces because I didn't need them technically. So if I just like boom. But in this case, I'm gonna like leave it there, just in case I want to still have some control over it. I was looking at another model made by somebody else where they kind of like left this here, so I figured I'd give that a try this time around. It looks a little weird now, but it'll look better, I think, once I've actually added the beak. Maybe. And then, of course, it'll be easier to line up the, to hide the fact that the beak and the mouth are, like, the head are separate, because they'll be, like, I want to say the word is mesh, but, like, skin, kind of, that'll lead up to it, so I can line it up a little bit easier. I don't know. So I'll have to... You'll see what I mean later. Okay, let's see here. I only recently started listening to Unleashed OST. It's pretty sweet. I've never played through it before, though. But I've seen all the cutscenes. Okay. I remember playing through Unleashed early on, like years ago. I don't think I finished it, but it was pretty fun. In places. Yeah. This is one of those things about drawings. Alright, let's do this beak now. We'll come back to the head in a moment. Just gonna hide it for the time being. Alright, let's call that. We're gonna try a different method to make the beak this time. We're gonna use a line. Yeah. this kind of music is insanely simple. In other words, you only enjoyed the boost gameplay? Well, I mean, I enjoyed the game. I didn't say I only enjoyed the boost gameplay. Who said I said that? Anyway, that's what everyone else says. They're not 100% wrong for saying that, but, you know, I enjoyed parts of the platforming. It wasn't the best. It was very much not the best. It was no one who could say that it was. On the Z-axis. Selected the cursor. Selected the cursor. This is maybe control This is probably not gonna work. I would have been better off doing something else. But I'm invested now. We're gonna try something. Utter waste of time now that I think about it. It's what I implied. I don't recall implying any such thing. But have your thoughts. What if you just took Screen's mouth and just modified it? I don't know about that one, Chief. She's got a longer beak and a whole different setup for her face. Like, if you look at the way they're different, I can bring it in and show you what I mean. It feels like it'd be more trouble than it was worth. And besides, I wanted to make his beak more bespoke anyway. Beak. Probably could, but let's see here. Just a second. There we go. Because they have like different shaped beaks, like utterly differently shaped. Like he's got all this, like in this image he's got more chin, but like here he's got less chin. So I'm assuming this is just the angle, and maybe he makes bigger expressions. We'll see in a moment. Law, yes. There, man. I can do a better job than that. Alright, that didn't work as well as I'd hoped it would. Alright. Because there was no way to keep that in line, now that I think about it. It's not shaped the right way, and it would have to taper better. I think this experiment is over. We're gonna just go back to what I was gonna do before. Alright. Which is just use a cone and break it in half like I did with the stream. Oh. Why is that so large? Alright. Doesn't really matter because I'm not going to be connecting these two. I'm going to call it about, what, 16? Cut it down like that, and then open it up on one end so I can add loop cuts to it. And then put nothing in there. Strong beak. Alright. Tried something new and it didn't work. This will work. I feel like it will. Hey, hey. You have to decide which one you want, I guess, in this sort of situation. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Alright, that would make sense. It's not wired. It's not a... I like the fact that they gave us the ability to grab these instead of the way we used to do it. It's a little bit more useful, I'll give them that much. Better. Open up that thing, give him a roof in his mouth, you know. Alright, let's see here. That's a little bit better. That subdivision surface there. A little bit better? Yes, I think so. Just need to get the rest of that mouth going, which is going to be relatively simple, I guess. Just need to make the muzzle. Muzzle sounds weird for a bird. It's not really a muzzle, it's just that big, fat, wide part. I'm gonna do a better job than I did on Scream. Of course, this might mean I need to make a new mouth for her later. Oh well. How would I make that? That would be like a... kind of like a regular Sonic muzzle, and then just attach it to the beak. Like, let's do something real quick. We're gonna append something from Scream into here. We're gonna bring in her mouth just to compare it. Cast characters. NPCs, the Battlebirds, Scream. Okay, it brings in several pieces. Amazing. I was worried this was going to be too small. Gonna kind of do a little bit what Rocket Pal suggested, just to give myself some time. That's weird how that worked. What the heck? Ow. Getting closer here. Well, maybe not. That's not really terribly useful, so you know what I'm gonna do. Sorry, blender fingers. Alright. Come and get your meals. Oh my goodness. Okay. You know, I don't want to deal with this. I don't even want to. I'll figure something else out. It's just gonna be easier to work with just start from scratch, essentially. Typically how this works. It's one of the reasons, like, I don't edit people's models. I don't usually edit anything. I just, like, you know what? I'll edit my own because I know how it works, but when it comes to working on something like this, it's just better to start from scratch. I can choose the direction that I'm going to go in. That's why. Okay. Alright, better. There's the option that tells me how many vertices I've got selected. What happened to that? Why can't I see it? Did that move? Doesn't have it anymore. That's weird. That doesn't seem right either. holes are on here, man? I gotta find out what I did with it. What happened to the counter? Blender 2.91. Oh, really? It's up here now? That's so weird that they put it over there. Alright, fine, whatever. Okay. They seem to have put it over there now. Jeez, I don't like it. I don't like it. You changed it. I hate it. Oh, you broke it. You made it different. It's no longer where it used to be. And I'm going to complain about that forever now. Alright, fine, whatever. They put it over there. So I've got vertices 9 selected. So the other one's at 9 too. So I'm going to use a sphere. And I'm going to shape that sphere into the backside of his beak. Kind of-ish. What the heck? Oh, right. You know what happened? All these this stuff exists and it's not supposed to, so these shape keys should not exist. These are not like the Sonic characters at all. So that's going to be an issue, probably. Probably will definitely be an issue. It's like the front side of his mouth that looks insane. Should feel like it fits in. Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. Whatever Mostly nothing. That's a little bit better. Light shine through. Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Trying to get them to line up has been the dickens of a time recently. Be right with you. Just a moment, I've got some business to attend to here. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hey. Alright, back to work. Feeling good about this beak here? This here beak getting done? I don't even know. Is the stream still going? Can people hear me? Let me just test this. Testing. I mean, I guess it's working. Alright, there we go. Gotta make sure I was back and running. Cool. Excellent. Back to work. Hey, good. Thank you, PJ, for letting me know. I had to step out a little bit. That was my landlady delivering me some receipts for, rent and all that kind of stuff. Boring real life things. Back to Fantasyland. Am I right, guys? I think I am. Think you'll agree? It's more fun here, man. Bam. Alright. Get that mirror back on real quick. Beautiful. That's weird. It is weird. Still feels chubby, but we'll work it out, I think. Maybe 15. Hello, Christmas Animator. It is me again. How's it going, bro? Welcome to yet another Variable Productivity live stream. How you doing? Alright, let's see. Let's try something here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Actually, that reminds me. 19 control marks. What is this? Nine. Okay, roll the drums. I've heard that before. What's it from? Like, I know it specifically, but it was used as a sound thing. Okay, roll the drums. I'm gonna have to look that up at some point. Vertices are 9. There are 9 on these things. I only need 9 on each. Okay, let's do that. Alright. Alright. Keep doing that. Weird. Let's see what happens. Doing this. Keep doing this. I'm so used to doing Alt M or Control N to do this. It is I, the Rotolo, doing what I do, saying hey. There we go. And that's the last one. Close it off the roof of his mouth. We'll do stuff like pull that back in, obviously, but, you know, give him the back of the mouth area. This character's a little bit different than my usual Mobians, obviously, because, you know, the work involved. Their mouths are much more like a big old part of their face. Keep that in mind whenever you work on them. Essentially. Looking good though. What the heck is happening with this? What is happening with these normals? These flipped? That's not acceptable, you know. Why are they pointing in a specific direction though? Like their hair. That's just so strange. Why is it like that? I don't like that. That bothers me greatly. Why are they pointing like that? They should be pointing out from the... like a normal would. Like they should be perpendicular to their face. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. I don't even know why I hate it, but I'm mad right now. I'm upset. Like, I actually am not happy about that. Like, am I being a pedantic fellow? Maybe, but it's like, why does it look like that? Who decided that was okay? I didn't. I didn't tell it to do that. And as a Blender boy, I feel like I should have some control over my model. You know? As long as they're pointing in the right direction, I guess it really doesn't matter, does it? As long as they line up together and don't do that weird splotchy thing that they were doing. Is that a triangle? That's so random. How did that happen? That ain't okay. I wonder how that happens. Like, I brought these together pretty well as far as I could tell. And odd and strange, and I don't like it, but okay, that's what it is now. Did I manipulate this into a smile? No, I can't. Let me go back a couple steps. Messy corner mouth? Yeah, I don't want that to happen. So I'm gonna go back a little few steps here and see if I can't undo what I did. No, I can't. Darn it. Specifically not that one, and that was the one I wanted to fix. Oh, great. We want the mouth corner to be as smooth as possible. We can control it, get the expressions we need, or else we're going to try to drive this with bones, which is not impossible. Like, this is too many freaking of these. face. Make it happen. Excuse me. Chilly in my room. Give me a second. I need to turn on my heater. Oh, you're definitely not a call I'm picking up. This bitch got Thanos chin. A little bit. A little Thanos-ish, but we're working on it. Trying to take the ripples out of there. Unripple the chin. Make it a little bit better. That's the goal here today. And then I'll probably stop streaming once I figure that out or something. Yeep. Alright. This boy got a Thanos chin. Either that or it looks like the chin is mild mid-claw sim. Yeah, well, it's just ruffles have ridges, you know. I think I can. It's not gonna be pretty. Yeah. So uneven is what's killing me right now. That fact alone. What I could do? Hit the save button here. Oh, and also save this in something? Yeah, it would be good to know. Like, you know, have this someplace. Shout the Cardinal. Ruffles, his chin is a chip, a little bit. So I came over here to see who's here. Well, you know, I don't know where you are, probably Armada. I'm reading all text, all places. It's been a while since Armada had a stream, so no one was expecting it, and I didn't tell anyone. I told them like last week, and that was on my channel, so no one would know about it. Probably. When I say last week, I mean Monday. We're gonna have another stream on Monday. We're gonna try to get the word out some more. It'll probably be shorter streams, but I'm gonna be hitting this thing again. Well, it's actually starting to come a little bit. It's starting to come together. But I was thinking what I would do is I'd go to sculpt mode real quick, and I'd try to use the smoother thing. There's a smooth one, I believe. I guess it's just the flatten. Ah, no. Here we go. Does not smooth it out. You just gonna stay wrinkly, huh? That's just your goal in life. Flatten, baby. Yes, Armada. Cool, cool, cool. The ultimate party animal. His chin was designed for scooping up extra dip. It's because you have all those points going to a single vector. Yeah, I figured, so. How else am I gonna do it, though? Unless, well, I guess I could be that. V it again. I was really just trying to hold on to those, isn't it? No, that is not gonna do it. That only made it worse. Go back. Let's try something else. Yeah, I'd say right. Roll those R's. Say it right. Roll those R's. Ruffles have ridges. Didn't realize you were such a stickler for old school advertising, but I can understand that, PJ. I went back to Rona's channel. And literally heard a replay of VOFW. Interesting. Better, actually, and easier to deal with. I never thought about this before. Sometimes I guess you gotta have the outside opinion, huh? It's still looking crazy, but that's much more manageable, and I can deal with that. I went back to your channel and we heard a replay of of what you were talking about on the Armada and what you had already said. Sorry, typing not do good today. I understand. It's one of those kind of days. I'm gonna have to go out and get myself some vitamin D or something, you know, for my freaking sanity. Feeling kind of sluggish myself, you know. What's that attached to? It's not attached to anything. Oh, is that the effects of the sculpting? Looks like it. Alright, that's better. Yes, vitamin D. Hey, Penguin Kiddo, how's it going? What's good, and welcome to the Variable Productivity Livestream with your host, Rodolus the 2. And I got a message from somebody about something for some reason. Alright. Oh, vitamin D, 5,000 IU to be exact. Yes, to be exact. Thank you very much, PJ, for being exact. That's my job, and I can't have you taking it from me. I'm the pedant. I'm the one who's out here with the stats and the numbers. And I won't have you stealing my thunders. Alright, so these are just too close to each other, which I can probably do something about by just... well, largely deleting them, because this is not going to be necessary to have all of these here. In fact, I think right around here should be enough to start deleting. seem. Feeling kind of pompous because I've had my physical Wednesday. Vitamin D level wasn't bad as of May. Going for blood work in a week. We'll see. TMI? Oh well. Well, thank you for getting me the information. Everyone deserves a little time of pomp in certain circumstances. Too bad there's no one to groan at that joke. No one here to do that. But, whatever. Go on. Let's see if I can... Feels like it might be doable. It's going to be difficult. Doing expressions and whatnot. Make it feel more like it's got an edge to it. It feels really crinkly for some reason. I don't understand. Oh my gosh, what the freak happened to his face? That's not what we want. When did this happen? Oh, great. That's inconvenient. You got the butt beak. Haven't seen one of these in a while. Yeah, it's been a little bit since we worked on one of these. I was doing a lot of, what's it called? Personal, commissions and stuff that I was taking care of on own personal channel. So now we're working back on the Project Armada proper, and we're doing Shout today. Working on his beak at the moment. I'll tell you. The second half of the Scream and Shout duo. Ah, yes. So it's been a little bit since I worked on them, but we've always had these. We've always planned on doing it. Just hadn't had a chance to come around and do it. Excuse me. Messed up his beak. Oh no, I gotta fix that. Shouldn't be that hard to fix though. I'm not filling in these little holes yet because that's usually what I do after I've gone to do some the mirror modifier. Very hard to kind of get a very sharp point in mirror modifier. In fact, you can't. That's how hard it is. Issues here now. Alright, feeling better about that. That might be a few too many. This is ugly. I don't like this. There's little I can do about it, though. Unless I... Get better edge flow out of this by just... gonna do this. Connect this thing like that. Fill the gap, boom, shakalaka, there it is. Get better edge flow on these things. Even though I make these models for the same game, I want to improve every time I do this so that I'm really good by the time we're done. So that means that some models are going to look better than other ones that I made, but whatever. That's going to happen regardless. Whether or not I do it or someone else does. We will come back and we're going to refine each one of these pieces as we go. Because somehow this is too big for his face, even though it's the exact right size for it. I mean, I get parts of why that is. Largely because he's not supposed to have chi, right? This is supposed to be his face. Race the time. This definitely was written in another language and then translated. Okay. Race the time. So much left to do. So, I'm gonna take a break from Shout for a few seconds. Oh my goodness. Just cool down with something else. Come back at it in a moment. Take a Shout break. Like, in some ways it's working, and in other ways it's not. Just gonna take a break, like I said. Work on something else. I have no idea how I'm gonna actually make this one work. many polygons, but I guess I've just sort of graduated into more polygons, haven't I? This is not VP. This is not Project Armada related in the slightest. I am aware of that. But I wanted to take a quick break from what I was doing so that I could get my head together a little bit. There's really no side view for this character model. So I'm going to have to do a lot of guessing. Or I could use a model that I brought in, couldn't I? Had like kind of the body that I wanted. What's going on with her arms? They're not connected at all. That's interesting. These doesn't have hands anyway. I'm going to be making those regardless from scratch. I don't even know if I want to use this one, to be honest. Looking at it now, I'm like, I don't know. This one. There was a picture, but she wasn't wearing the jacket. I'll need to get access to that real quick. I need to go download it. What if they still got any sushi over there at the store? Ah! Oh boy. Okay, let's see how people were reacting to things, if anything. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah. I could go for some lunch. I want sushi. I don't even know. It's not even lunch. It's not real food. I'll be hungry immediately right after. Oh, but I could go for some. Maybe after the stream is over, I'll do that. There's like no front side or anything like that, so it's very hard to decide. Mirror mask. Find something real quick. Media likes. I'll never find it, but I'm gonna go looking for it anyway. is. Found it. Okay. This is the one that I wanted. Stole it from the internet. I need some reference where she's not wearing a jacket so I can get a good idea of what her body shape is like. So let me go ahead and bring that in here. Beam shake an egg. Alright, I'm already starting off too wide. That's not a problem though. That could be addressed. Soon to be addressed. No, wait. Not like that, my friend, no. Third general. Everybody needs to have the beat drop, and then it drops. Is that Cryo?
Is it? I don't know.
No. That's definitely Rocket Pal. How's it going, Rocket?
Going good.
How are those drawings coming, huh? The animations as well?
It's actually going really good.
Yeah. How's that PS5? No, that's messed up. Let's not make fun of Rocket Pal. He's not here to defend himself.
Reminding. How does he talk? Stop reminding.
I don't even understand. I don't understand, therefore I hate it. I hate. Okay. What the heck? I thought for certain I made it with the same number of vertices, but I guess I didn't. That sucks. I'm gonna have to add some vertices to this thing. We ain't about to go back, that's for certain. Eesh. That's not a lot of work, I just don't want to do it. Anyway. What brings you to this neck of the woods?
I logged onto Discord and I saw that you were here, so I'm here now.
Oh. Well, I guess that is a way to do that. Welcome to the Variable Productivity live stream. I'm streaming. I was working on the shout model, and then I kind of got fed up with it. Not that I got stuck, I just didn't want to work on it anymore for the time being. Because bird beaks are stressful, in my opinion. They're a lot of work.
You don't like bird beaks?
Making them, no. Because of, like, the way they don't line up, the way they gotta integrate with the character head. I did it with Stream, I did it with a little battle bird grunt. And I'm taking a break from that right now because it's a lot of work.
So what are you working on?
I'm working on the knothole, Sally. This thing, you can't see, I don't know, you're not watching the stream right now, but if you were, you'd see that that's what I'm doing. Your neck is probably too long. It's not really a problem with me right now. Let's see if anyone's saying anything. No, they aren't. So I'm probably keeping this up for maybe another couple minutes. But I'm working on her body shape at the moment. This is relatively simple. I was gonna use another model that I already had, but I'm like, you know what? Let me make it all from scratch. Everyone likes the scratch work. They like it when you put your own effort in, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna run this for maybe 30 more minutes or so, and then I'm gonna just call it for the day. I started at a reasonable time, so I don't feel bad about quitting early. Because I don't have to do 6 hours every day. Because it's a day off for me. How about I just spend some time watching TV? You know, the Mandalorian episode probably came out. I might want to watch that. You know, see what's going on with the baby Grogu and Mando Man.
I want to watch the next Mandalorian episode, and I haven't even went back to watch the rest of the series yet. But I'm intrigued now.
Oh my goodness. Well, I don't know if you should. If not, I don't know if that's advisable. But whatever. It's your eyes. Watch whatever.
It worked perfectly fine for the last episode. I wasn't lost.
That's because you know who Ahsoka is. You're aware of that character. That's because you know who Ahsoka is. If it wasn't, you'd probably be like, to be honest, I have no idea what's going to happen next either. I don't know. It's gonna be fun.
I feel like even then, Ahsoka is pretty well established in that episode.
Yeah. You get the idea that she's a Jedi and she's out here if you don't know about her or her story, there's a lot of stuff missing. But if you, I guess for what it was, like you knew she was a Jedi because they said so in the show. So that wasn't one of those things where it's like, oh, only the fans will get it. So like you don't have to go watch the entire show. If you know about her, it's more deeper. It's deeper because he starts talking about her.
It's one of those things where it's like when she says, what's the guy's name she's looking for?
That she's looking for? She's looking for. Oh, yeah. She's looking for what's his name? Admiral Thrawn.
Yeah.
Like
Admiral Thrawn. Like it's one of those things where it's like if you don't know who that is, it's like, oh, that's interesting. What's that about? And if you do know who that is, you're like, what?
You mean Admiral Thrawn survived? Like I didn't finish watching Star Wars Rebels. I'll be honest. I didn't watch very much of it. I saw the battle between her and Darth Vader. That was freaking cool because it was all like, because you got to know her and the dynamic between Ahsoka and Anakin during the Clone Wars. And, like, the fact is, like, oh, that's heart-wrenching. They gotta fight each other. Oh, every time. That kind of stuff is cool, though.
The best version of Anakin Skywalker is probably in the Clone Wars.
No, it is, because they fleshed him out and made him a character that I could empathize with. And I felt really bad. Because, like, man, I really like this guy. It's gonna suck when he turns evil. It's like, maybe you should have taken some more time trying to develop that character.
Like a completely different character than what he is in the movies.
Yeah, he's way more petulant in the movies, and that's both the sequels. Like I'm talking about, like, you know, episode 2 and episode 3. Now between episode 2 and episode 3, there's this broad swath of time. Hey, sorry I left the live for a while. What did I miss? Oh, GT Retro, not much. I'm taking a break from Shout because I didn't want to work on his beak anymore. Though I've made some pretty good progress. I'm working on a model of Sally that I saw a drawing of done by Nex for a series that they're doing, and I was like, I want to do that. I want to make that model, and that's kind of what I'm working on right now. It's kind of like a cool down in between working on stuff that I have to do and working on stuff that I feel like doing. So I've been working on this one for a little bit. Today, not very much at all. I just kind of added this body. The cylinder that will be her body. And other than that, I'm just chilling, man. Talking to my good friend, Cryogenic Drawer, as we work on, he's a member of our team, a concept artist. We're going to get him to draw some concept art one of these days, you mark my words. And it's going to be great.
Not wanting to concept art. There's nothing really to do as far as I'm aware. Not much.
Not right now, but there's going to be a flurry of crap, and we're going to try to give you stuff that you're comfortable working on, which I don't even know. What would you prefer to work on when it comes to concept art?
I mean, I could work on multiple things. So, like, what would we need recently do you foresee us needing to do soon enough?
Soon? Okay, so soon.
Like soon enough. Whatever you think we could be working on in the near future. Like when we do get to that flurry.
It's gonna be more to do with assets. Like, because I have we're getting like as we write up character bios and create story and levels and that kind of stuff. We're coming up with the NPCs. Those are being drawn by other artists. So what I would imagine is you're drawing...
Like normally in game development and story development, like from what I've been able to gather from my outsider perspective, friggin', what is it? You get like, usually get like, you know, like major characters and that kind of stuff drawn up sometimes first, and then like you get like an environment kind of thing going on where you focus on assets and areas and other like story related things. You get all that big stuff out of the way, and then you can get to the smaller stuff.
Yeah, so when it comes to character designs, those are already being kind of figured out by like other members of the team, so I wouldn't necessarily have you working on that. I would imagine you'd be doing things like, kind of like what you were doing before, but a lot more organized this time, where we kind of focus on the levels.
Organization.
That we're going to be focusing on first, and then just having you and other members of the team drawing up assets like, what is this going to look like? The other part of it is we're gonna have to probably get somebody to specialize in this, but we need someone to work on landscapes, level concepts, like what does the area look like, what is the general feel. So there's gonna be that, and that's gonna be hard because mostly nobody specializes in that who wants to work on our project, because if they do specialize in it, they're getting paid to do it. So it's tough.
I was gonna say, I don't think anybody here specializes in it. I mean, I feel like, well, at least now, I could probably work on like backgrounds and stuff like that, but nobody here, I think, specializes in that.
Right, and then of course we're gonna want someone to work on actual level design, like layout, and I need to really finally sit down and write up what I'm looking for from a level designer, so we can start
like level designing. That. Like, what is level designing like?
Level designing is
down first, or is it like
you sketch it down, but then you're also like, you know, you're drawing up the critical path. You're also creating the space, like, so you're like, okay,
like block out.
You're blocking out like in a drawing form, and then of course having 3D skills is useful too. So it's like a multidisciplinary skill set. So like we can get concept art of a level of what it, like, you know, will look like,
I feel like
artistically, when it comes up to shape.
We could probably wing it, and if we have somebody who has a good understanding of level design, could probably sketch something out, and then somebody can make a mock-up in 3D and communicate with that person that designed the level in the first place.
Like we did that.
Get away with that.
We did that before, and I don't necessarily like the result. Like we did do something similar when we made the Cocoa Coast thing, and we, like, I'm obviously not looking for someone who's like a pro at it. I'm just looking for someone who can focus on that specifically.
We can't afford that.
I don't want to divide someone else's attention who's working on something else. I want to give that job, like kind of like our writers, where that's what they do. They do level design. They do level layouts, and they do like that early block out type stuff, and that is their job. Yeah. So that's what I want to do. Someone, when I say specialize, I mean that's their job, so that we can, like, so they're not too confused with everything else. Because I feel like there's been too many people taking on too many tasks in certain situations. That's kind of what I mean. So let me turn this off real quick. We'll talk more about that in a bit. Now I have a word from our sponsors. Have you ever had a problem with your wallet being not a good wallet?
Yeah, you ever have a wallet that's not a good wallet? Like, you ever get a wallet that's like
trash?
Easily? That shouldn't happen with a wallet.
Trash tier wallets are, well, the last thing that you should expect with Ridge Wallet. That's right, today's sponsor is Ridge Wallet.
Biggest problem affecting today's society. I'm here with a hyperbolic message.
I'm going to tell you all about how Ridge Wallet wallets your ridges. I'm not sure exactly what it is that I'm trying to sell.
Wallets your ridges.
I don't know.
It's carbon steel. That means better.
It's carbon neutral.
I don't know why, but
we took it directly out of a tree, and then we burned the rest of the tree. To forge it, forged carbon.
We're able to build this eco-friendly.
You see, it's not cast carbon. Cast carbon, you pour it into a mold. This was forged, which means we beat it into the shape that it needed to be in, like a bunch of freaking dwarves underneath the mountain. Which mountain? Well, obviously we're talking about the dwarven city. Wait, hang on. Yeah, the dwarven city.
Where in Scotland?
No, it's the one under the ground.
Norway, I guess.
Not Helm's Deep. Darn it, which one was it? I've ruined my own joke flow by not remembering the name of that stupid underground city. Moria. Jeez, Lewis. Yes, the mines of Moria. That's a wasted joke now. Sorry, everyone. We'll do better next time. Anyway, the dwarves of Moria have forged the perfect wallet, Ridge Wallet. They don't work for a lot of pay because they're not human and they don't understand dollars. They trade in gold, and as you know, gold is worthless. But they don't know that. Gold is not worthless. Diamonds are worthless.
It's shiny.
Yeah, it's also hyper. It's really ductile. It's
Oh,
great. It's a great
I'd
metal.
be like, well, you could have a nihilist come in here and be like, well, technically nothing has worth.
Oh, yeah. We don't have any of those on our team because they. Now I'm messing around. Let's not get political up in here. I'll have to start issuing apologies for being toxic.
All right, I don't mean to get political here, but Sonic the Hedgehog, get out.
But Sonic the Hedgehog was never. You get out of here. I was gonna say bad. I was gonna say something else. I was gonna subvert your expectations.
It's you don't understand how political you're being. Don't make it political.
Stop being freaking out here talking about that. Largely because you don't know what you're talking about. And secondly, I don't want to hear your mouth. Largely. I keep saying these words interchangeably. They don't mean the same thing. I'm going to go ahead and save this and go back to the bird for the time being.
Man.
And we're going to end up at about 4 o'clock. I'm going to stop the stream. All right.
Oh, man. Man, Sonic is political.
In case you're hot takes.
He's blue
pride.
and red.
And
Sonic's
white.
the blue side, Eggman's the red side. Wait.
And a white
No.
side. Yeah.
Wait.
Red, white, and blue.
Wait. No.
And green. Also some black. He's all of the problems and the solutions and all of this.
Oh, wait. Who's the black party?
There isn't a black party. And once again... Wait a minute. Oh, right.
I don't like whatever that means.
Then maybe calm down and stop talking about it. Okay. Let's see here. So here you see Shout. I feel like I want to take a break from working on models entirely right now because it's becoming
Well,
difficult.
then what do you want to work on?
Nothing.
Other than model.
Take a break. Be done for right now. I'm certainly not going to take up art on this project.
What do you use art?
I'm talking about. I kind of meant concept art when I said that. I'd be outclassed by the likes of Katon and what's his name, Rocket Pal. What's his name?
I mean, you can draw stuff well. Just a matter of doing it like, what is it?
More than once.
Consistently.
Why does it look wrong now? It looked fine before. You're supposed to have a forehead. Characters have foreheads. Where are they gonna put the brain otherwise?
But it's like one of those things where it's like, I look at your old art, I'm like, you could do this.
Yeah. I could. It's all about what I'm interested in doing, you know? It's like, I don't feel like working on that.
Yeah.
It's like, that's
Yeah.
literally the only thing that stops me. It's like, I sit down, I'm like, nah. I'm gonna be doing more 2D stuff, I mean, at least more drawing things. When it comes to
I'm
textures.
sorry, 2D art, but my heart beats for another. If you just add a Z.
You can add a Z-axis to your boring, flat self, then maybe. Are you calling me uninteresting? No, you're plenty
Yes,
interesting.
I'm calling you on it. It's like, alright. We'll see how you like that Lion King remake. I'm sure you'll love that movie, Z-axis.
No, you don't understand. Not all 3D is the same. Yes, it is. It's all the same. I can't be with someone who's gonna be having such a bunch of toxic, ignorant opinions like you do right now. This is not gonna be healthy for either of us, really. And that's how I broke up with my girlfriend. 2D animation or art, not animation.
What was her last name? No, it's just the concept of art. Just
the concept of art. Understand the concept of art. Ugh. Alright.
one of the ones going to one of those existential, like, friggin', like, what is art?
What is true art? What is love? What is
And if we say what
love?
Now, and if we can decipher as to what true art is, could there be a fake art? Does that allude to the existence of fake art? At which case, how do we define that?
Well, you would define it by whatever the opposite of true art was, which of course is impossible because art is subjective, like many things. So when you have a subjective thing, you can't come to an objective conclusion, except that it is, I suppose, a thing.
One of those things where it's like art is subjective entirely, basically. But it's like you can definitely see like there is such a thing as bad art, but it's like in one of those weird things where it's like by the definition of the word it doesn't mean anything, but it's like there's definitely a distinction.
You can say unskilled, unpracticed art. Like you can say maybe not call it bad, just like what's bad in the context of like this is maybe the best that guy can do right now. It's unskilled, uncoordinated, unrefined. You can say that. It's not bad, because bad is assigning a value to it that cannot exist, because it's art.
Yeah, but when you say unskilled and unrefined, when it's like one of those things where it's like, you know, you look at any other process, like, I mean, writing and all that stuff, also art, but it's like, you know, unrefined,
he admits
also,
it!
like,
No.
The best that person could do, it's like, that could still technically be defined as bad compared to other things in the media, because there is such a thing as fantastic things, and while it is subjective, it's like technically you could assign that to anything, like anything that involves skill.
I suppose I would really compare it to the things like the other person had done, you know, compared to them good and bad, because obviously, but I mean, bad maybe if it's hard for me to say something like that would be bad. Like I can say like that's not how I would do something, especially when it comes to 3D models. I've seen some models that were like, no, why did you do it like that? What were you even trying to accomplish? But it's hard to say that's just oops. That's not right. Oh no. Hang on. I had a cool freaking idea. Rotate along the x-axis. Give him a little twist there. Yeah. I like that shape. I like the way that looks like from the side. And even from the front. It's just when it comes to contact with his freaking head.
It's
I'm
like,
good on that.
Honestly, now I'm actually really thinking about this now. Like the difference between like what bad art could be defined as, if at all. Like it's like one of those things where it's like, hey, like you know that like those weird like comic book pages that Rocket Pal was showing in the Muties that one night is like the anatomy and some of like all that other stuff like is like, oh, it's real, like it's not right, but it's like one of those things where it's like
if his intention was to make
it
real
that bad art,
if the intention of that art was to convey the idea of a full human anatomy where it's supposed to look like correct to, you know, to all of the shapes and stuff and the way they move, then you can say that was bad. But then also you can say it was unrefined or poorly, like, you know, unskilled. And because I like to think of it as skill levels, you know, because like the more you do something, presumably the better you'll get at it. Because some people can do stuff over and over and never get better. That's a mind thing where it's just like you just think you're good enough and you're like, no, this is how I do it. I don't know. Or you're just not
that's
learning.
Stagnation.
Or you're not learning somehow. Like from every piece of art you do, like most artists,
yeah, that is fair.
You learn a
in
lesson.
Every piece of art you do, you think to yourself, yeah, this is better. And then there are some things that you just never change. That's how art styles develop.
Yeah, some stuff you just like. It's just how you draw or how you make things. Is like that's what you like. I feel like all of my models have a very specific look so far. Like even if I do different art styles, there's a little bit of me in there, a little bit of the thing that makes my art the way it looks. And also, my art is not 100% like refined either. Like I'm still learning. I'm getting better. I haven't obtained mastery yet. I just am a lot more confident than I used to be. So I'm making.
I mean, technically, nobody has mastery.
I mean, you know, there's people who are masters in this stuff. Mastery is a thing that is constantly, like, you're constantly improving. But it's like you're at this level where, I don't know, people can't see.
You can make anything that doesn't look amazing.
Yeah, so like, I don't know if you can. Like, I don't know, can I fail? I don't even know if I can anymore, you guys. That's really arrogant sounding. I mean, I've never technically. So when I think of bad, I think of failure, right? No, I've never failed a model, or at least never given up on one to the point. Well, I guess I've given up on a couple because I just didn't want to work on them anymore. But like where I was working on something that somebody asked me to do, I've never felt like I can't do this at all. Like I can't finish this thing. I always feel like I can finish it. I can always work on it. There was that time with Clara where I kind of threw out the old model and started over, like the old head. But that was because I was trying to cut a corner at one point, and then I gave up on trying to cut that corner and just redid her head entirely from scratch. But I feel like, I guess you only fail if you give up, especially with this kind of stuff, especially if you're not being asked to do anything. Like, I have to get this bird. Like, Shout needs to be made. He's a main character. He's a villain. Like, you'll be interacting with him. At some point when you're playing this game, people are going to interact with this model that I'm making right now. And they're going to see it. If I don't work on it, it's not going to get done. So I guess a piece of bad art, in this particular context, would be something that I didn't finish, that I needed to finish. And I just gave up on and did not complete. I don't know if we're even talking about the same thing anymore. You can go ahead and ignore that whole.
We're just talking about art that you give up on, because then it's not even finished. It's not made.
It's it's just sitting on your computer. Because I'll never delete it. Is that my phone going off? Someone messaged me. Is that Netflix? What about it, Netflix? I don't know what the freak Selena is, and I don't care. All right.
Like, I don't know why I was thinking like Netflix like gives you a notification. It's like, hey, we got Spider-Verse here for the rest of the month.
And I'm all like, oh, great. Tell Cryo that. I don't care. It's not that I don't care. It's just, I've seen that movie already, and I very rarely watch movies more than once. Especially when I got a chance to see it in theaters.
Why can't you be more like me and everyone else and watch Spider-Verse at least 4 times in a month?
Because I'm not you or Starlet. That's why. Grab along the y-axis here. I'm feeling a little bit better about this beak here. I'm like,
So let me think how many times I've watched Spider-Verse. I think I've watched it, I'll say at least 4 times.
Oh, please don't. So I don't like the fact that it kind of weirdly
out of your way to watch more than one.
When I was younger, I used to watch movies all the time, more than once. So like Godzilla, the 1998 one with Matthew Broderick and the weird T-Rex dinosaur.
Godzilla. Oh God,
I love that movie. That movie was great. Get out of here with that bull crap. Anyway, and people are like, oh, it's not like regular Godzilla. Have you seen mainline Godzilla? Those things are ridiculous.
See, here's the thing: mainline Godzilla is stupid, but I just think I just think 98 Godzilla, like, on its own merits, is kind of...
Sure. Blech. Whatever. It was a big T-Rex. I was happy with it. I was a child. Anyway, the other ones that I would watch all the time would Space Jam, because we had Space Jam. I think we got the CD-ROM. No, the CD, the music disc for it. I would just have that blasting in the living room when I was a kid. Just like, that's the way I like it. Just listening to that over and over again. Then there was the Lion King. Oh my goodness. We didn't have cable when I was a child, so we would watch that movie over and over and over again. We would quote it to each other and play, like, get on my sister's bunk bed, and then we would take turns hanging off of it, pretending to be Scar and Mufasa. Ridiculous. Other movies I watched over and over again. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Watched that a lot.
That's a good one. That movie doesn't feel like it's for children.
It's not. It's not for children. Not for children at all. It just has cartoon characters in it. It's but it was made in the 80s, so they didn't really make movies for children like that. Like, there wasn't a children's market. around the 70s and 80s. They just made movies, and they said it's family-ish, but it had that kind of mentality of the 70s and 60s and that kind of stuff.
I do kind of love that, though. I love that kind of era because, like, there's no real, like, distinction between the two. It's just like, yeah, it's a movie.
Here's a movie, watch
that
the
your
movie.
kid can watch.
Here's a movie, it's got cartoon characters, have at it. It's like, what about the themes? Yeah, don't worry about the themes. It's got sex and violence in it.
Your kid won't get it.
Your kid will love it, in fact. They'll be like, ooh, boobs and death. My favorite things. Now, the other ones that I would watch a lot would be... Jurassic Park 3. I had a DVD of that. I loved those dinosaurs.
When you were saying the words like the syllables were coming out of your mouth, I thought you were going to stop at Jurassic Park, and then you added a third syllable, and I groaned.
No, I don't care if you groaned. I didn't have access to Jurassic Park. I don't even know if I'd seen that movie more than once at the time I was watching Jurassic Park 3. I had seen it, obviously, though. And that was this period of time where I would just get movies from the library, like Speed Racer. I liked that movie a lot. The Wachowskis.
Like this award-winning paleontologist, Dr. Alan Grant, hears the sound in the distance. Is like, is it a T-Rex? No, it sounds big.
Like, I don't know. Maybe it's a big T-Rex. You know what? That's true. It could be as large as T-Rex. Also sounds bigger. Stupid distinction to make. But the other thing would be... So, yeah. Oh, shoot. Ice Age 2, The Meltdown. I loved that the mini slot sing-along music piece in there. I don't know if you...
music sing-along?
It's not the song is called Mini Slot Sing-Along. It plays during the credits.
Okay, out of all the Ice Age films that I have watched, which is, I think, just the first 3, did I even watch any of the other ones after that? I don't think I have. But I watched, like...
I was talking about Ice Age 2, The Meltdown, specifically.
Yeah, I know. But, like, I'm thinking about, like, the first 3, I'm like... I remember the first one and the third one a lot. The second one, though, like, I don't remember, like, bits. I don't... That one's hazy.
I watched that one several times, because I liked it a lot more. I liked the music in it. I liked this... I found it entertaining. The song Mini Slot Sing Along is probably one of my favorite little pieces of music in that, because it's not words. It has words at the end, but they're kind of hard to tell what they're saying. It's just fun. Also, it ties into the theme song of the theme music. I guess the movie's theme, which is just that. Anyway, then I watched Surf's Up a bunch. Oh, Happy Feet over and over again. First time I saw Happy Feet,
Happy Feet was a movie that I watched. Happy Feet was one of those weird movies as a children.
As a child. Okay. As you were multiple people, yes. Continue.
Maybe I was in the womb, I don't know. But, like, I'm thinking...
Interesting.
What is it? Like, as a child, Happy Feet was one of those movies that I watched, and I'm like... I don't know. I always had this weird sort of feel... Whenever I think of Happy Feet, I just don't feel like... It's not, like, bad or dread. I don't know. Is it dread? Like, I just feel like... I don't know why. I don't know why. It's this weird enigma that, like... I just get this feeling. Anytime I think of Happy Feet, I think back to my childhood watching that movie. I just have this weird feeling of unpleasantness.
Oh.
And I don't know why.
Maybe it was something that was happening at the time that we don't have to get into on the stream. But, I mean, that's unfortunate, because that movie rocks. There's nothing I could even imagine that would give me that vibe. Just a bad vibe from the movie in general. You're like, wait, this movie was made by the dude who does Mad Max. When are we gonna get the cars killing the penguins? And you're just waiting for that to happen. No way I do that. When did that movie come out? Yeah, no, that movie came out in like 2007, maybe 2008. Yeah, I was 4. Yeah. I'll have to look it up. I think it was 2007. Anyway, I liked Happy Feet a lot. I thought the freaking what's the word? The setting was like one of those freaking Lisa Frank binders that I legit kind of liked. I never got one for myself, obviously, but you know, because I was a big manly kid. But the setting of penguins, and it was a fantasy type thing with the singing and I liked it a lot. I enjoyed it, especially like the little scenes with it was a jukebox musical, which means none of the songs were original, but it was entertaining to me greatly. I liked the rearrangements of certain songs that I'd heard before, like I Wish. I liked listening to the orchestral versions mixing in with the funky, you know, like I Wish actually started out with cellos. Someone was doing like a pizzicato, like doom, 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 and then it turns into a bass guitar, and I was like, that's super cool. Like just mixing between those two things, and yeah, no, I love that movie. So I learned a lot of songs from it, of course, because every time I hear a song I like, I make it a point to look up the words.
I get that. Get that. It's like, I don't know why. It's like Happy Feet is one of those movies that like I feel uneasy when I watch it. Like unsettled for some reason.
Unhappy
Not like
feet.
I'm creeped out, like just this weird kind of like,
Ooh, it's Happy Feet. Ooh, it's got Elijah Wood in it. He's plays Spyro. Wait, I love Spyro. Why am I unhappy?
I didn't know that when I watched that movie. I still felt unease.
Be spontaneous.
I don't know why. Was it like, maybe it was the animation or something? It just like didn't sit right with my brain.
You didn't like the photorealistic penguins?
Like still to this day, it feels uncanny and creeps me out. I think that might be one of the biggest reasons.
Fair enough. I mean, a lot of people don't deal with the uncanny valley well. I didn't particularly care. I thought that they would have done well to be more cartoony, to be honest, because of what the stuff that they were doing and the fact that you got freaking Robin Williams to play.
It feels like the film. It feels like the film wants to be funnier, but like the realistic animals just doesn't serve it well.
Yeah, kind of like The Lion King, where it's like all of its humor fell flat because it looked too like animals look real. Why are you doing that? Anyway, Happy Feet 2, didn't watch that multiple times. I feel like I used to watch movies all the time over and over again. I haven't done it really since. I had like this whole phase I went through when YouTube allowed full Disney movies to be on there. I watched those a bunch. But yeah, haven't done like a lot of watching movies more than once recently. Except for, you know what, maybe Avatar. I actually like James Cameron's Avatar a lot.
Oh,
I like
the movie. Every time somebody says Avatar, I always have to wait a second before my brain can process what the person says. Because I'm like, are you going to stop there? Or are you going to keep going?
Are you going to say James Cameron's Avatar? But anyway, or are you going to say The Last Airbender? But, yeah, so James Cameron's Avatar, overhated. It was not a bad movie. It's not particularly overhated. Yeah, overhated. People would be like, because people loved it when it came out. 2009, they were all over it. Like, it got, first of all, it got nearly $3 billion in the box office, of course, and it only ever was released in theaters once. It did not have to be re-released like Endgame did. And, it was amazing to look at. It was also in theaters for a very long time. Like, most of the year it was in theaters. But,
yep.
It was a big deal. And people loved it. And then everyone decided that they should hate it for some reason. But it's, I guess what I liked most about it is its world. Like, I could sit through an entire fantasy film about the Na'vi having nothing to do with any humans whatsoever. I could find myself watching that.
The movie, like, here's the thing about Avatar. The movie, I don't think is that amazing. Like, story-wise, it's really flat.
It's not.
But, like, I'm thinking, like, in terms of its its conceptual, like, idea and the world built around it is rich. And it's so well thought out. But I don't think that saves the movie at all.
Well, no, it can't. You can't save a movie with lore. No one's gonna see or interact with that stuff. The thing is, I enjoy, kind of like in the same way what I like about Sonic the Hedgehog is the world that it offers. I think a lot of fans of the series like the world that it offers more than the games that it makes. Because
heck no. Yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog for me, I love Sonic because of the world and story.
Yeah, so like
the presentation,
like that's what people I think are most interested in, which is unfortunate they don't lean into that more. They absolutely could. Come on, guys, Tales of Adventure Armada.
If they leaned into that more, that's why a lot of people were hyped for Sonic Forces.
Yeah, because it looked like it was going to be kind of like a more. When people say dark, I think they mean story heavy, story rich,
yeah, but that's
lore
the thing.
rich.
I don't like when people say dark. Dark isn't the right word. In depth is the correct word to say.
Yeah, I want to like. Oh, this looks like it's going to be an interesting. Looks like things are happening. There's stuff going on, and that's what I'm here for. Because Sonic games can be fun, but they're arcade side-scrollers, largely the most fun ones that have ever come out, and
you can still have an arcade side-scroller with an in-depth plot. You just need to do it right.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying. I'm not even really talking about.
No, I'm just saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
Like, it's like, yeah, that's kind of like I was asked earlier on this stream when I got started. You know, what got me into the series? And it's like, well, the series. I played the game originally, and I got into the series because of the comics, because of the story, because I like stories. I like that kind of thing.
Yeah, I got into Sonic because of Sonic X.
Yeah, so like the show or the comic books and those kinds of things, people are interested in that. That's why people make fan characters, because they want to spend more time in the universe of Sonic the Hedgehog. Because, you know, the games don't provide very, very large, long glimpses into them. Not to say anything bad about the games, but it's just like, you know.
Yeah, I feel like the games that probably give the biggest glimpse into the Sonic world are Sonic... The classic Sonic games to an extent, specifically Sonic 3.
Well, yeah, I can see that.
So, like, Sonic 3, Sonic Adventure, Adventure 2, probably...
Uh-huh.
Rush.
Sonic Rush.
Just through the establishment of a second dimension.
Yes.
So by extension, Rush Adventure.
That's a place beyond Sonic's, like, you know, normal world, yeah.
And by that logic again, Sonic 06. Probably Sonic. I'd say Sonic Unleashed does a pretty interesting thing with the world, expanding on what, you know, the Chaos Emeralds can do, that kind of stuff.
Right. So, yeah, essentially, I guess what we're saying is, like, that's kind of what were we saying? Yeah, it doesn't save the, like, we were talking about lore doesn't save the movie, but it is the kind of thing that keeps you around. And that's largely what I was interested in when it comes to Avatar. I like how much effort they put into it, like, because they wrote... like freaking books about it. There's entire books on the ecology of Pandora, the different kinds of species that live there, the reason why everything's got too many limbs, the different tribes, because you got to spend time in the movie with the Ometakai, who are named after a special flute that they have. And then they invented entirely a different music style for the movie, and then they threw it out because they're like, people aren't gonna understand that. And then it's just so much work, and they actually like designed all the machinery and stuff, like those planes and things. They went and made engineering papers on them so they would like make sense. So like the big loading machines and the landing craft and the excavators and all that kind of stuff. They put all this extra work into it. And it really it shows in that kind of style that James Cameron has. Between that and Aliens and Terminator 2, where he kind of goes overboard with like detail, and it's that kind of thing that I liked about James Cameron's his Avatar movie, and it's one of the reasons why I'm kind of looking forward to seeing the sequel sometime next year.
Yeah, that's the thing that does kind of bother me, though. I mean, if they lead into that, that's cool, but it's like, if you have a, like, rich lore expansive world, it means nothing to me if the story is kind of just like, I mean, the world can be interesting on its own, and that's cool. But it's like the media that you're working with and the thing that it is
Probably
just
should
is
be a
like
game.
it does not help.
We'll see what they do with it. I'm looking forward to seeing it because I just want to.
Because if you have all this lore, rich, expansive, in-depth world, and you have like a simple, crappy, or just kind of by-the-numbers, bland story, it's like all the lore in the world. First off, 90% of it will not be explained, so it'll be vapid.
All right. But I feel like parts of it did show up, and like the way it showed up
definitely.
was in the visual detail and all that kind of stuff, making it a little bit more in depth, and of course the plants and all that. So yeah. Oh, is that the end of the? That makes sense. The music ended because that thing was 4 hours long, and I was saying I was going to end the stream at 4, started at 12. All right. Okay. I'll have to cut off that conversation there, as riveting as it was. I'm serious. Thank you everyone for coming by. I was joined today by Cryogenic Drawer, and you all lovely people in the chat, Penguin Kiddo, GT Retro, PJ Squared, CGM at one point, and at another point, Rocket Pow himself. Thanks for watching, everyone. I've been wonderful. I'm sorry. I've been Roadless. And you have been wonderful. Goodbye.